Wait, no. I forgot about the sound again, but I paused it in time. It's okay. It's okay. Hello everyone. How are y'all doing? Hello Destructiconkan. Thunderwhite MNC Orobuskar the Closer. Gisli Jose Nobunaga. Fuzz and Lilia. MNC Guto Magma. Hello, Isolated Matrix, thank you for your sub. First sub of the night, thank you so much. Isolated Matrix. I.S.O.L.A_TED_M_A_D I.X. How are y'all doing today? Have y'all had good mornings? What's up? Have y'all watched the entire, released 7 episodes or whatever of Love is Blind Season 7 yet? Don't worry, Destructicon. Don't worry. I am only on episode 2, so I'm feeling pretty behind, honestly. Only on episode 2. I recently signed up to a beginner's improv class. That's super fun. We're cooking dinner over here. Nice. Hello, cat. In my apartment building, they're doing some crazy stuff right now. Inside of the building. I can't remember what it's called. What they're doing. Something with pipes? I don't know. But there's some crazy noises. Are they in the walls? Yeah, I think so. I think they're in the walls. All day today and some of tomorrow. Tomorrow they apparently have to come to my place for something. They have to go on my balcony? Which is so confusing. What's happening? I'm sorry. It wasn't like this before I started streaming. It just started. It literally just started. Well, that's so funny. That's pretty funny. Yeah, they're flushing out all the rats, I guess. I'm sure they'll be done soon. How long can it take to flush out the rats from the walls? Maybe that was it. Maybe that's the end. I want to mess with some different stuff. I want to mess with different stuff in my hands. I have this towel. We can do some towel triggers. Oh my god. You know what we have not done in way too freaking long? Way too freaking long. Y'all just heard it a little bit. today I went on a walk. I actually was not planning on going on a walk today, but I couldn't help it. Y'all. I went on a walk and I saw the funniest thing. I wish I took a picture. Maybe it'll still be there tomorrow. And if I go on a walk tomorrow, I'll take a picture. Hi, cat. You can jump on my lap. Oh, don't. She did a pull up. She did her classic crazy pull up on my leg. That hurt. Those were claws in my leg. Ouch. But now she's gonna try and jump on my desk, I think. And I will not stop her. Might shake the desk a bit. There she goes. There she goes. I saw the funniest thing on my walk. On the way back, closer to where I live, there's like little trees next to the sidewalk, and someone put a piece of cardboard on a tree that was tied to the tree with a piece of like trash bag, like black garbage trash bag. Do y'all call those trash bags or garbage bags? Is there a difference for you? I don't know. I think I use them interchangeably. But the sign that they made said, like, to the woman with a German shepherd who has short brunette hair, please pick up after your dog. This is like I can't remember what the number was. I think it was like 4th or something. Or no, I don't think it said a number. I think it said, like, we've seen you multiple times not pick up after your dog. Just so you know, there's no such thing as a poop fairy. Please be a good citizen and clean up after yourself. I was like, damn. Yeah, getting called out by the... Well, it wasn't the apartment. It was just like a person. Like, this was far enough away from where I live that... I have no idea who wrote the sign. I think it was just a homeowner in the area. But there was also no one's yard right there. It's kind of like an empty sidewalk next to a road area. Like, there's no buildings right there. So, I don't know who wrote that sign, but someone did. And I thought it was kind of funny. But then I was just thinking, like, isn't picking up dog poop a misdemeanor where you live? I have no idea, honestly. I have no idea. But, so, maybe Maxie, or anyone who knows the laws of Oregon, or the laws of the United States. So, like, I understand the whole picking up after your dog thing when you're in the neighborhood, on walks or whatever. But, wait, isn't picking up dog... Oh, I think I was comprehending that as isn't not picking up dog poop a misdemeanor. But maybe, I have no idea anymore. You have... Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not finishing my sentences. But, surely if you're on a walk in the woods, you don't have to pick up dog poop, right? I've never walked a dog in the woods, which I never thought about until today, which is crazy because I grew up with dogs. But I didn't grow up ever walking my dogs in the woods. You do have... But animals poop in the woods. Why do you have to... Like, I understand it if it's in people's yards, or like on the road, or on the sidewalk for sure. But I don't really understand it. Like, why you have to if it's just in the middle of the woods. Like, humans use the bathroom in the middle of the woods when they're, like, backpacking or whatever. And they don't, like, put it in a bag. and wait until they find a trash can to throw it away. Hello, Art and Oscar. Exactly, CEO. Why do bears get the exception? And deers and bunnies and wolves and coyotes? In those cases, you either bury it or pack it with you. Burying it makes sense, kind of, to me. But, like, really only kind of. It depends on the trail. Like, if it's a gravel trail, then, like, yeah, I think you should, like, pick it up if they poop, like, on the trail. But if you're, like, in the woods and they're just, it's, like, next to a tree or something, I don't really see the big deal, personally. Hello, Three Eagles HD. Welcome in. If it's next to the trail, maybe. But if it's in the middle of the woods, maybe it's okay to leave it there. Yeah. Feces politics. Pet scat could bring predators? No. That is not the logical conclusion. You know why? You know what pet scat brings? Shit eaters. Wolves don't hunt for dog poop. Is this stupid of me? Am I being stupid? I might be being stupid, but that's what my instincts say. Like, I feel like the dogs bring, or like, you know, little tiny puppies will bring predators, not because of their poop, but because of their blood-filled bodies. Humans also, like, it's the animals that bring predators, not their poop. The poop brings poop eaters, doesn't it? Oh, I just dropped the frog. I don't feel like getting it. I'm gonna be real. We'll just do towel noises. What bacterium and parasites aren't going to be common in the forest in the same region you're living? You trying to dox me over there, bun man? Is this a doxing me kind of question? Do you want me to give you the exact microbiome of my neighborhood? Brings roaches? Outside roaches? Roaches being outside, I feel like, isn't a big deal. Like, it's fine. Did y'all just hear that stop humming? I wonder how long that hum's been going on. I was desensitized to it. Okay, now can we talk about Love is Blind? When did it get released? You know, I don't actually know. I think it got released like a couple days ago, but no one said anything. No one told me anything about it. But my Love is Blind senses were tingling. I logged into Netflix for the first time in like 3 weeks, okay? Yesterday. And Love is Blind was right there to greet me. So, my senses were tingling. And last night I watched like the first 20 minutes of episode 1, and I wanted to watch more, but I was too tired. So I finished episode 1, probably like 2 hours ago or something. I finally finished it. And I started watching episode 2, but I have not finished it. It's open in another tab though. Let's see. I am almost done with episode 2. I'm like almost exactly an hour into episode 2. So I'll finish. Any villains? Oh my god. So, no true villains, but there's one person I very much dislike. Oh my god. I feel mean sometimes for just kind of really disliking people because they're stupid. But that's how it is. Oh. There's this one person who I feel like I'm being rage baited by her, almost. Like, I feel like she's smarter than how she looks. And she says, point blank, that she's smarter than how she looks, so maybe she is, right? But I feel like I'm being rage baited by her. because she is clearly very into her identity as like this silly little blonde girl. She's like really into this identity, which is fine. I love silly little blonde girls. I have friends who are silly little blonde girls and I love them. But she's like bringing it up a lot on Love is Blind, how she's just a little skater girl, right? And she there's this one thing that she said that blew my mind, and I can't stop thinking about it. Blonde girl bully? No, she's not a bully. I think she's actually a hippie. I might like her in real life if she wasn't on Love is Blind. I don't know. I can't tell. But the reason I can't tell is because I can't tell if she's self-aware or not. I can't tell if she's self-aware. If she is self-aware, I like it very much. If she's not self-aware, then I really don't like her. And I can't tell. I really can't. But she says this thing. She said one thing. And this one thing made me feel like she was either hilarious, a genius and hilarious, or she was the stupidest person in the world. And the way it was played was as if what she said wasn't a joke. So then I felt like maybe she was serious. Sad music was playing, okay? Sad music was playing. These two people were opening up to each other about their personal lives. And she was like, haha, I have a really high pain tolerance. And so then the guy was like, oh yeah? And she was like, yeah, I just have a really high pain tolerance. You know, every time like something gets hard, I just think about when my mom died. And I'm like, if she can do that, then I can do this. And then the guy is like, damn, that's deep. Is that not hilarious? But also, it wasn't played as if it was a joke. It was not played as if it was a joke. It was played serious. Which made me feel bad, because I feel like I shouldn't have to explain the joke, but like her mom couldn't do it, right? Like her mom couldn't do it. Because her mom died. But it was so confusing. It was so weird. Taylor, thank you so much for your sub. Thank you so much. Thank you. R7 2 0. Thank you. I took it as if I can get through grieving my mom's death, I can get through anything. No, that's not what she said. She said, when I am going through something tough, I can't remember her exact phraseology there. When I'm in pain, when I'm going through something tough, when something is hard, something like that. When something is hard, I think about when my mom died, and if she can do that, I can do this. That's what she said. She, as in her mom. If she can do that, I can do this. Very weird. Very weird. Exactly, Bunman. If my mom can die, I can do this. Maybe her mom underwent some long, drawn-out, painful death. That would make it make sense. That would make it make sense. And maybe they had established that and I forgot it or something. That would make sense, though. Hello, Random News Brains. Welcome in. Hello, Graham. Graham is a lizard. if that is the situation, you gotta give more context than you did. Yeah, I don't think, I mean, they might have established that and I might have just forgotten it. That would make it make much more sense for sure. But it definitely wasn't in the context of that scene. If they had established it, then I think it would have been in like a previous scene or something. But yeah, I really can't tell if I like her or not. Because, again, I can't remember her name. Yeah, I can't remember her name, but, so I, like, love femininity, right? And she's very feminine, and because of that, I just like her. Like, I like that she has, like, this, like, high-pitched, like, sexy voice, and I like that she's very confident and, like, fashionable and all of this stuff. I mean, again, she's like clearly very into herself, and she knows that she's a catch and like all of this. So I like her. And then sometimes she says things that I like. She talks in spiritual language sometimes, and like I love spiritual girlies as well. I will say, like, one of my favorite things about Love is Blind is that so many of the people are spiritual, either Christian or like New Agey. And, you know, America is like a much more spiritual country than a lot of other countries, especially in like Europe and stuff. But my community, my bubble, has always been very, you know, agnostic, atheist. I have had so few spiritual friends in my adult life, and it's like almost embarrassing for me to admit, but like shows like Love is Blind make me feel slightly like less alone as a spiritual person. So, you know, I like that aspect of Love is Blind. And yeah, I like her, but then sometimes she said, I mean, so probably the first reason I didn't like her is that her initial little introduction was very unflattering to her. They established her as a gold digger. This might have just been an editing thing, you know, but they introduced her and established her as a gold digger. She was like, I never want to work. I like really expensive things. I want to be with someone who's going to take care of me forever, where money's never an issue for them, and I never have to work, and I get to have all of my nice things because I really like nice things. And like, I'm totally into like traditional stuff. Like, if you want to do that, I like it. But in my opinion, generally, like, leading a traditional life is not a life where you're like getting yachts and having your manicures and having your fancy yoga classes every week. Like, if you want to do the housewife thing, for most people that comes at a financial sacrifice, and that's like what, you know, that's kind of how it is, which is okay. It's based but yeah, wanting to have a life of complete luxury and also insisting on not being open to working ever is, I don't know, seems kind of weird. But also, you know what? If you want to go after that and you find someone who you're compatible with, go for it. Go for it. Okay? Land of the free, home of the brave. Sinton, thank you so much for gifting a sub. Thank you. C, shk, H, Y, click, N, T, shk, E, N, sk. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. blonde girl, is her name by any chance Brittany? It might have been Brittany, I can't remember. A hippie spiritual lady and a gold digger is a very interesting combination. Honestly, it's not, like, not on, no, it's not, like, like, astrology and crystals and kind of using spiritual language without any spiritual foundation is a very kind of popular thing for rich, dumb girls. Little Travis, thank you for your prime. Thank you for your prime. L-I-dot-L-D-S-K R-E-S-K B-I-dot-S. Thank you. Thank you. I'm only on episode 2, so I'm still meeting everyone. There's some people who I don't, like, know as well in the show. So other people might grow on me. I don't think I have any favorite guys yet. I like the art dealer guy. There's an art dealer guy, I think he's nice. I think the physicist guy is kind of nice too, but I don't know. I feel like I don't have a very good grasp on the guys yet. But I think my favorite girl so far is a girl named Taylor. I really like her. She has an awesome voice. I love her voice. I love her laugh. She has a very warm laugh. It's like a hearty laugh. And I like her. Who's the most unique person? You know, there's really no, like, wacky, crazy characters yet. The gold digger girl is probably the wackiest. Yeah. At least so far. So far. There's one couple that strikes me as weird. But they're not wacky. They're almost like, they almost feel like fake to me. They feel like, they're both reading a script. And I can't remember their names, and I think I've only seen with, like, manufactured, yeah. But no, it doesn't seem like they're reading a script in the sense that, like, the show has set them up. It feels like they're reading a script in the sense that they have rehearsed in their own heads a million times over all of their interactions, which, to be fair, you know, all of these people are going on, like, multiple dates a day, so they probably are re-saying a lot of the same things over and over again, but something about their interactions felt weird to me. Everybody I've seen on reality dating shows has been completely genuine and earnest. Everybody. Well, so what's weird about this couple is I do get the sense that they're earnest. Gosh, I almost get the sense that they're like, yeah, I get the sense that they are sincere, but, like, sincerely manufactured. Like they've grown up. Like, I get the sense, how do I say this? Like Disney kids? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. That's a good way to say it. Like, I feel like they've genuinely been socialized to operate on a script. Not because the cameras are there in their entire lives. I feel like they are script humans. Does that make sense? I feel like they're script humans. They're not actually NPCs. I don't believe anyone's like an actual NPC, right? No philosophical zombies on my earth. But I think some people are turned into NPCs. They have NPCism imposed on them by the outside, okay? And they live their they live their lives, like perfect little hard-working American Protestants, you know? Not that there's nothing good with being a perfect hard-working American Protestant. There isn't. I love them. But some of them, I feel like, are, like, trapped. They're, like, trapped in a mind prison. It doesn't seem natural or genuine. I don't think they're being fake. I just think that they are talking on a script because they believe it is the only correct way to exist. Like how people develop funny voice. Yes, that's a good example of it. A particular type of sheltered. Yes, Hagen. Yes. There's not enough CPU power to have everyone be self-aware. I think there's enough. Okay? I think there's enough. Thank you, Galaxy Wander. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I guess being in front of the camera just makes it less stressful when you have a mind script beforehand. Yeah, I think that's true. That's true. It's how I feel whenever I go into a job interview. Whenever I'm talking in a job interview or in an audition for a show, like, I step in to, like, a plastic version of myself that is, I'm not boring, like, especially if I'm doing, like, an acting interview, you know, I gotta be a little bit quirky, but, like, to get, you know, for theater auditions, you want to stand out, right? So it's like, you're not trying to act like a perfect little American Protestant, but you are only showcasing a very specific side of yourself. You have a very specific intent. And you deliver on that intent. So, I mean, this couple, that really is how it felt. I mean, it felt like they were walking into the pods and doing an interview for one another about marriage, which actually is something that a lot of more conservative religious people kind of suggest that you do whenever you're on a first or second date. Like, you go into it and you have your list of standards, your list of criteria, and you interview, and then you also lay out all of your own red flags, put it all on the table, see if you're compatible. It's very formulaic. And maybe you discover the little beautiful quirks about one another down the line. Whereas organic human interactions usually happen the opposite way. You usually first discover the kind of eccentricities of people's characters and the things that make them stand out, and you listen to the way they laugh, and you hear their funny jokes or their stupid jokes, or you look at their weird sense of fashion. You see all the kind of useless stuff first, and you are attracted to it, and then later in your dating life, you start to learn, you know, what you're actually looking for and what your red flags are and all of your intentions. And you know, probably the best thing to do is something in the middle, and also different things for everyone. But this one specific couple very, very, very much felt like they were following a formula that they had been taught, a formula that they believed in, and a formula that they were enacting. So that's what I mean by it felt manufactured, which is different from it being fake, and it's different from it being scripted. But it felt formulaic. It also felt like a formula that they believed in, though, and that they were intentionally enacting. But definitely not something that I would enjoy someone who's not seen a single episode of Love is Blind, do you recommend watching it from the beginning, start from specific seasons, skip any other season in particular? I think you could probably start with any season. I can't vouch for this season yet. I don't think there's any seasons you should necessarily skip. But you can also watch it in whatever order you like. And if you start a season and you don't like it, then you can try another one and see if you do like it. If you don't like 2 seasons, then I would say you probably won't like the show. But the seasons are pretty different from one another. Like, the casts of them are pretty different. So I would say, just start with whatever season looks interesting to you. Just like look at it, see if there's pretty faces or interesting faces or whatever. Click on it, starting on episode 1 of whatever season. And if you like it, keep watching it. If you don't, try another season. And if you also don't like the other season, then it's probably not going to be a show that you like. I can see that being the case for people born into Hollywood with the expectation from family that they'll go into acting. Yeah, that's fair, I mean, so, whenever I was a theater major, I took an entire class on auditioning, which is fairly common. I don't know, I feel like a lot of people think that theater kids just, like, purposelessly act all day, but, like, we do have specific classes that teach different things, There are, like, different specific skills we're learning. And I feel like people are always surprised by that. You don't just do monologues all day, all the time? We use monologues to learn specific skills, that's true. We do a lot of monologues, but, like, we have specific classes that teach specific things, and one of those specific skills is auditioning. It's a specific skill. Not all good actors are good at auditioning, and some bad actors are phenomenal at auditioning. And I loved that class, but and it helped me, I would say. It did help me with my, like, auditioning skills. But also, I've, not to toot my own horn too much, but I've always been pretty good at auditioning. But it did still, like, strengthen and hone my skills, and it kind of helped me to identify what was good about my auditioning process, and also, like, how I could grow. I, like, learned some terminology and stuff that helped me. But yeah, definitely, like, if/when I audition for anything, I have a pretty specific picture of what I'm doing in my head before I go into that room. Unrelated to the monologue, like how I say hello, how I walk, how I smile, how I wave, how I introduce myself. Like, there's a very specific way how I say goodbye, how I act right before my monologue and right after my monologue. So there's a formula to it all. And I think some people are like that in all of life. I am not. I'm just winging it. I also fuck up a lot. Like, I'm much better at auditioning than I am at real life. But that's okay. Maybe a weird question, but do you see a similarity between tarot and acting? Yeah, imagination. I would say that they both heavily activate the imagination. My hypothesis is that they're both a form of channeling. Yeah, I think channeling and imagination are let's see, I think channeling requires a little bit of imagination. Channeling without imagination is like formless, right? Because it's our imaginations that grant us the ability to take like amorphous, ephemeral ideas and bind them into reality that we understand, right? Like dreams. Your dreams are just flashes of images, but it's your imagination that pieces it together into a story. So, yeah, I think that having a good imagination helps with tarot and helps with acting, for sure. You practice for your audition? Yeah. Yeah. So, like, obviously for an audition, like, you practice your monologue, your audition piece, the most, but probably just a day or two before your audition, whenever, or at least for me, a day or two before my audition, when I already have the monologue down pat, whenever I run through it, I don't just run through the monologue. I run through, hello, this is my name, and I'll be doing this character from this play, and I'll start it, and then at the end I'll finish my scene and say thank you. Like, I'll run through everything. Is a tarot card not just a collection of yes and prompts that the reader needs to put together in a cohesive and relevant way? Yeah, I think that's a super valid way of seeing it, thinking about it. Yeah. Talking about dreams and tarot, I had the weirdest dreams last night. Ooh, do tell. Hello, Drifting Daiquiri. Welcome in. How are you? I'm doing great. I'm happy today. Is there a tarot card? Oh, wait, I read that. Oh, OMG, hi, Sleepy. I couldn't. Oh, wait, I already also read that. What was I looking for? Oh, yeah. Is there something that you do before you get on stage, like doing weird faces to loosen the face? So I wouldn't do that right before I go on stage, but like, yes, vocal warm-ups and physical warm-ups, I would do like probably an hour to 30 minutes before going on stage. And, yes, the lips, the teeth, the tip of the tongue. For actors, making weird faces is a physical warm-up, right? It's a physical warm-up. Right before I go on stage, I usually like to be like, when I say right before I go on stage, I mean like the 2 minutes before I enter the stage, when I'm waiting in the wings or whatever, I like to be silent in my own world, focused. Yeah, for sure. Locked in indeed. Locked in. As a shy kid, I always imagined that actors would be these super extroverted, charismatic kind of people. Growing up, I met many that were super shy and introverted. I still don't really understand how that's possible. So growing up, a lot of people called me shy, and they were surprised whenever I would like go on stage. I don't consider myself a shy person, but I am a quiet person, which also probably a lot of people wouldn't know from streaming. But in real life, I'm very quiet. I don't really I don't know, I'm just more of a listener and like more of an observer. And whenever I was young, people assumed that I was shy a lot. And, whenever I was really young, I probably wouldn't have made a distinction. Oh my goodness. I probably wouldn't have made much of a distinction either, because people told me I was shy and I was like 7 and I was like, sure. I guess. Well, Um, but yeah, I mean, I really wasn't shy. Because I've always kind of liked people, and I've always liked playing pretend and talking with people and just playing with people. But I'm not someone who breaks rules, right? So I wouldn't talk during class. And it wasn't just because I was a rule follower, it was also because I liked learning. And so if someone was talking to me in class, I was like annoyed because I was trying to listen. Not even for the sake of being a good student, just because I was like learning and I was excited. It's like, I want to learn right now. And then, if older people talked to me, relatives, seniors, whatever, whenever I was younger, I would always just listen to what they had to say, but I wasn't like scared or nervous of them. I just was quiet. But as for theater people, I mean, they really just come in all shapes and sizes. Theater kids are very, very different from theater people. This is also something that I feel like in America, a lot of people just don't know. They think that all theater people are like high school theater kids. And it's so not true. It's so not true. Because high school theater is very musical theater focused. Like, I would say 90% of high school theater is Broadway and Disney, right? This is not representative of the world of theater. Oh my god, it is not representative of the world of theater. And in college, you get a much larger variety of opportunities and styles. You're doing weird avant-garde European theater, you're doing old heightened speech, Shakespeare and Chekhov and Stanislavski, you're doing puppet theater, you're doing physical theater, you're doing aerial silks. There's, people whose entire lives are in the theater department, but they're not actors, they're directors, they're stage managers, they're prop makers, they're set designers, they're costume designers. And they all identify as theater people because their entire world is theater. People who make sets are not architects. They don't want to be. They want to design theater sets. That is their life. They are a theater person, and they are a Hephaestus archetype, or Hephaestus, The costume designers, they don't want to, they're not general fashion designers, unless they are, but like, they're theater designers. That's their whole world. And same for sound designers. And then actors come in just about every different kind of character archetype as well. Like in musical theater is kind of like Hallmark TV, right? Sometimes it's great, oftentimes it's great, it's entertaining, love story, everyone loves a love story, there's pretty music, and it hits at your heart, whatever. But like, everyone's very pretty and very normal. And in musical theater, everyone is very pretty and very normal. Even something like Wicked, the people who play Elphaba are supposed to represent like a weird person because she's green, but she sings like a goddess. She is always like, has a fantastic body. And like, Elphaba is still like a American, a very kind of clean, crisp American underdog, right, in Wicked, even though she's green. But when you brought in that to like the general theater of the world and actors of the world, there's a lot of weirdos, okay? There's a lot of weirdos. There's a lot of people who become actors because they're really weird. Like, they look weird, and they move weird, and they get cast in show after show after show after show because they are good at remembering their lines, and they're weird, and they're gonna get everyone's attention. That's all you really need to be an actor. You need to be good at getting attention. And a lot of times that's weird people. And then, yeah, so actors, of course, a lot of actors and stage actors in the US are going to be like beautiful and attractive. That's going to be like probably like half of all actors are like beautiful and attractive and gorgeous. And then there's like a whole, I'm not going to try to put this in percentages because I'm going to confuse myself. But there's a large percentage of stage actors who are like weird. They're weird and they're not attractive and they're weird. And then there's another group that's like unconventionally attractive. They're like attractive, but it's an interesting, like, interesting. And then there's other actors who are like very, very good at like one specific thing, like they have one specific acting skill. And then there's people who are really, really good at heightened speech specifically. And then there's other people who are beautiful and perfect and gorgeous actors, but they hate heightened speech because they don't like big words and they're not as, they kind of just like talking like a normal person. I don't know, they're actors, there's a million different types of actors, and they're definitely not all just this kind of high school theater archetype of the theater kid. Yeah. Like, if you look at stand-up comics, there's a lot of diversity there. There's very attractive people, there's like ugly people, and then there's like everything in between. There's eccentric people, unconventionally attractive people, people who have weird voices, people who have hands that are too big for their bodies, people who are very short, people who are very tall. There's people who have like funny accents, and like there's every type of person who's a stand-up comic. That's how it is for all of theater. But for some reason, people think of like theater people as the high school kids doing musical theater. And that's not a good example of all theater people. Stand-up comics usually are theater people, but by the way. Getting attention is in a specific way, right? Or just in general, like would Logan Paul fit? I mean, so like behaving is a good part, is very important. Behaving. To be a good stage actor, you have to do what the director says. You have to memorize all your lines, and you have to do your blocking, which is how you move around the stage. So if Logan Paul could follow the rules, then yeah, he would be a great actor. I mean, I think in his own right, he kind of is an actor, right? He's an entertainer. I don't know if Logan Paul would follow the rules. I truly don't know. I don't really follow their content, so maybe they're more of a rule follower than I realize. But my instinct is that they're not. But yeah, when I say getting attention, people who are good at getting attention, the reason that I say that is because there's a lot of actors who aren't really actors because they're very expressive, or because their acting is like what people would think of as good acting. They are very good actors, but it's not because they can fake emotions. They're good actors just because they are entertaining. They're weird and they're entertaining, and you can't stop looking at them because, like, what the fuck are they doing over there? You know, I would put like Will Ferrell kind of in this category. He's kind of like bad at pretending to be anyone but himself. But he's a good actor because he gets people's attention. He gets people's attention. And he follows the rules. Adam Sandler would probably be in this bucket as well. Like, we can't call these people bad actors because they're not good at faking emotions. Faking emotions, pretending to be someone else, is like is a specific acting skill that not all actors have or need to have. To be, an actor, an entertainer, you just have to be good at getting attention. And they're good at that. Yeah, Jack Black, good one, good example. I would definitely put them in that same category. And Jack Black is, personally, for me, so much more likable than Will Ferrell or Adam Sandler. Jack Black, so likable. My friends always say Keanu Reeves is a mediocre actor. Yeah, right. It's kind of semantics, like mediocre actor. They're mediocre at pretending to be other people, but like I would call them a good actor, capital A, profession actor, in the same way that like there's lots of rich people who some people call bad businessmen because like they've had a million businesses fail, but I'm like, come on. We can't call them bad businessmen because obviously they're like multi-quadrillionaires. But I understand what you're saying as well. Clearly they're also an idiot. And sometimes actors are like this too. They're very bad at pretending to be other people. Again, Will Ferrell, he is very bad at pretending to be other people, but I can't call him a bad actor, because clearly he's very, very good at entertaining people. He's very good at making people happy, and he gets paid to do it. Yeah. And then, like, obviously there's actors that are undeniably gifted at inhabiting other people, right? Like, Meryl Streep. I can't believe I forgot her name. Meryl Streep, Amy Adams, Anne Hathaway. Yeah, so good at being other people. And that's captivating. Absolutely captivating. Maybe controversial take, but Tom Cruise feels like an extremely good actor to me. LOL, he just went the commercial route. I honestly don't know too much about Tom Cruise, so can't speak to it. Hello, Morpheus Prime, welcome in. Natalie Portman, oh god, so good. Christian Bale, oh, so good. Oh my god, yes. Jesus. Daniel Day-Lewis, classic. But this whole, like, pretending to be other people authentically and realistically is really fairly new. A couple weeks ago we talked about, like, the definition of realism versus naturalism versus fantasy when it comes to, like, fictional genres. And realistic acting is also very, very new. I mean, it really got popularized with the dawn of cinema, the film, because it's so up close and so intimate and so closed, right? Before that, though, we did still have, like, realistic theater that was realism, and so people were inhabiting roles and pretending to be different people. Especially, I mean, a lot of the old Russian plays were some of the first, like, at least in my head, historically, some of, like, the first strikingly human shows. Shakespeare also had very, very, very kind of human moments, but they acting styles, let me think. Whenever you listen to a song or a rap or something, you're listening to the rhythm, and you're listening to the expression, and you're listening to the intensity. But whenever you're listening to like a song, one of your criteria for like what makes it good isn't usually like, how realistic is it? You know? Like, are they really going through a breakup? Does it sound like they're really going through a breakup in this song? How happy do they really sound? A little bit of expression is expected, but it's usually, kind of exaggerated. It's kind of cartoonish for music. Or it's kind of like flat and auto-tunedy and like whatever. But like one of your criteria when you're listening to music isn't usually like how realistic, how much do I believe that they're going through this emotion right now. It's just like not something that I feel like we think of. We focus more on the words and the tune and the kind of pleasantness or unpleasantness of the general thing. And a lot of theater used to be like that as well. Like for the bulk of theater history, when we're looking at ritual theater, oh my gosh. So like they definitely weren't focused on like being realistic whenever they were acting out, just the stories of like Greek tragedies and stuff. They were focused on expressing the emotions. They weren't being zombies either, obviously. They were probably being more like over dramatic and right, but they were definitely not Meryl Streeping like Oedipus Rex. They were not Meryl Streeping these shows. I can't think of a Greek play, and it's Orestes. That's what I was thinking of. Like they weren't trying to be realistic when they were doing these things, or like commedia dell'arte. They weren't trying to be realistic when they were doing these old Italian kind of farces and stuff. That's a pretty new thing for actors to want to do. How much has the production of old classics like Shakespeare changed when they were released and now? Released is one... I mean, I'll just start by criticizing the question. Released is not the correct word. I would say debuted. I mean, so when it comes to the performance, of the show, it's really hard for us to know specifics. It's really hard. Like, people at, the Shakespeare schools in London and Bath will pretend like they know very specifically how Shakespeare was performed, but I call cope on that, okay? We can't know exactly how these old shows were performed. But we do know a lot, and what we know more of is the general production process, because that is more of a paper trail that we have, rather, like, again, like you said, we don't have VHSs of their original performances, but we do have the paper trails surrounding the performances. So one of the biggest things I would say is that Shakespeare did not write full scripts for most of his shows. Once he got popular, if I remember correctly, I think some of his later shows, once it became clear that his work was important to him and to everyone else, I think he started writing out his full shows, if I remember correctly, or at least preserving some of those original copies. But Shakespeare's what's our earliest source of Shakespeare? So we have his earliest plays fully written by his hand. But the twist is that it's not all together, because for most of Shakespeare's shows, and the way that theater was done at this time, was that you gave an actor all of their lines, and you gave another actor all of their lines, and you gave another actor all of their lines and their cue lines, usually. So the line before theirs and theirs, the line before theirs and theirs. And you gave every actor their lines. And so people later in Shakespeare's life put it all together. So they didn't have a complete script with all of them together. No, not until / unless a folio was released. I think that's the correct terminology. I hope I'm not speaking in bad history, but generally no. Generally no. Because it was just inefficient. I can see why that would make reproducing a play harder. It was definitely harder, but it also wasn't that hard, because, like, Shakespeare was already very, very well known, during the middle of his lifetime, so people were compiling it all together, and he was there probably to, like, make sure that it was being compiled correctly. But yeah, we really just have, for some of his earlier shows, it's been compiled from other actors, like, lines. And then another thing is that if you're ever reading a Shakespeare play, there's going to be some things in italics, and there's going to be some things in brackets. And this is actually true for all plays, okay? So theater people, listen up, especially if you're directors or stage managers, because this can affect you probably more than actors, because actors are silly and don't always know or care. But if something is in italics, if stage directions are just in italics, then it is the author's hand or the playwright's hand. If they're in brackets and italics, or if they're in any way bracketed, that is the notes of the first stage manager, or the stage manager who was involved in the publishing of the script. And so if it's in brackets, you don't have to do it, basically. If it's in brackets, the playwright didn't put it there. It's like kind of a suggestion from a publishing company / stage manager from the first publicized production. You can just ignore things if it's in brackets. You can. I read in some book that before, some actors would be assigned a role for life, and they just kind of improvise every play. I think it's called Commedia dell'arte. Yeah, that is that. Yes, correct. Commedia dell'arte was practiced in kind of the region of Italy. It was before Italy was a country, so the borders aren't exact, but in the Italian-speaking region of Europe, people did commedia dell'arte, and many comedies today are directly modeled after commedia dell'arte. The Simpsons, Family Guy, and others. I don't know American cartoons, so I'm pretty bad at listing them. I think the Flintstones. And when I say inspired by, I mean like directly. It is the same cast of characters. And if you know those shows, you know the archetypes that I'm talking about probably better than I do, because I don't watch these shows. But those archetypes had specific names, basically episodic. Yes, except it was always improvised. But there was a specific cast. There was Arlequin and Pantalone and El Capitan and other characters that I can't remember the name of. And they were archetypes that people would develop a sort of like expertise over, and then they would just like go on stage and improvise, and they had very strict archetypes. And it would play out. It was comedy, it was slapstick, old slapstick theater. It was usually pretty crass. Yes, Ogden, bumbling husband dad, trad wife mom, smart child, rebellious child. Yes, the smart child, rebellious child, what they are in the classic is servant, smart servant, rebellious servant. Greedy servant. There was also greedy old people. There was horny men and dumb young lovers. I can't remember the dumb young lovers' names. I think they had names that like kind of mirrored one another, like Romulus and Remus, except obviously not that. But I can't remember that their names. But the two lovers, young lovers, and there was like El Dottore was like a doctor who was always wrong about stuff. Pantalones was like the idiot, horny old man. Arlequin was the smart servant, often the hero of the kind of skit would be Arlequin. Smart, kind of greedy servant who would outsmart the masters. There was also a witch character whose name I can't remember. Yes, I think you're right. Galaxy. Lelio? Is that Elio or Lelio? Elio and Isabella? Yeah, that sounds right. Oh yes, Pulcinella. That's the origin of Harlequin. I never pronounced it right. Yes. So in the superhero movies, it's Harley Quinn, right? But in the old Italiano, it's Arlequin or Harlequin, or Arlecchino or Harlequin. But they're the Joker made it weird because Arlecchino's not like an insane, love-obsessed whatever. Arlecchino's just like a very smart servant. But they are usually acrobatic, so I think that's where it comes from with the Batman movies. Arlecchino's kind of like an acrobatic archetype, very fit, and they are smart as well. And they're also usually a guy, but they were pretty flexible with gender, even in commedia dell'arte. Harlequin is distinct from the jester, right? Yes, I believe so. Yes. I am making beats. So there's actually 2 theatrical forms that are still very strictly upkept today, historical forms. One of them would be commedia dell'arte. It's kind of the archetype of the Fool and the Tarot. No, I would say not, because the Fool and the Tarot is, I mean, there's similarities, but I would say the Fool is more of a moment, whereas like the archetype of Arlecchino is like almost like a full story. The Fool is like what Arlecchino maybe does at the beginning of a play, but Arlecchino at the beginning of a skit or a play will do something without understanding the later consequences of their action, which is also like what the Fool does. But Arlecchino is going to outsmart the masters. They're going to be a little bit greedy, and they're going to get rewarded in the end. All of that is in the archetype of Arlecchino, whereas like not all of that is in the archetype of the Fool. But the 2 historical theatrical forms that I can think of that are still pretty strictly upkept today are commedia dell'arte, which we're talking about. It's practiced in so many cartoons, and again, when I say it's inspired by commedia dell'arte, I don't mean in some kind of like abstract, like coincidental, good stories repeat themselves kind of way. I mean like the showrunners know and are doing it intentionally, and it's not bad and it's not weird. It is a tradition. They take these archetypes and they do the same bits over and over and over. They know the bits, and that is why they do them. Like it's exact. It's exact. 1 to 1. But it sounds like One Piece. I don't know One Piece, so I can't speak to it, but maybe. There's a hair in my mouth. Oh, it's a cat hair. How precious. The other form that is kept up today is the well-made play. The well-made play is not simply an adjective phrase in front of the word play. It's not like calling something a good play. The well-made play is a specific English form, and there was like a couple decades in England, and I think generally that side of Europe, although I'm not super sure, where almost every play was in this form. Today, we see it in rom-coms. The format that rom-coms are is the well-made play. I wonder if I could Google the criteria for it, or maybe I could Perplexity it. Off the top of my head, though, it's like there's a secret at the beginning of the play, and the name of the play is usually an object. It's almost always an object, which is just like a weird thing. So there's a secret, and there's kind of like someone is trying to keep the secret for all of the play. The name of the play is usually an object, and then the secret comes out, and then there's a lot of drama and sadness, and then it all gets resolved, and there's always a happy ending. That is the well-made play. But let's see if Perplexity has the criteria, the exact criteria. What is the formula for a well-made play? Yes, I love Perplexity. The formula for a well-made play, developed by Eugene Scribe, involves several key elements. Exposition introduces main characters' background and context. Secrets and mistaken identity, a central secret or misunderstanding known to the audience but not to the characters. Entrances and exits perfectly timed to heighten suspense. Climactic curtain, each act ends on a dramatic note. Logical denouement, a plausible resolution to the plot. And a single plot line focuses on one major storyline without subplots. So One of the most exact ones that I always think of for the well-made play is Bridget Jones' Diary. Bridget Jones' Diary is a perfect formula for a well-made play. A Glass of Water is an actual old well-made play. A Doll's House is not a well-made play because it's realism. But let me see if Perplexity has examples. What? I wonder if they have modern examples. What are modern examples of the well-made play in cinema? Let's see. Doubt 2008, August Osage Country, I don't know what that is, and 8 Women, directed by Francois Ozon. I've never heard of any of those shows. I have heard of Doubt. That's not a rom-com though, but most rom-coms are this. I think Elf is a well-made play, right? And anything where there's in like the early 2000s there was lots of like girls dressing as guys and guys dressing as girls. Those were well-made plays. That's all I got. But there's a lot of them. I don't know any of these movies that y'all are talking about, so I can't speak to them. I heard one author say that comic characters are not about being funny, but about never dying, whereas tragic characters can be killed or destroyed by events. Interesting. Bend It Like Beckham? Yeah, I think. I haven't seen that movie in so long. The Importance of Being Earnest is, I think, a well-made play. Yeah, The Importance of Being Earnest. That one's kind of old, though. It's also an actual play, again. Yeah. A Few Good Men. I'm so sorry. I don't know. I don't watch movies, clearly. Book of Mormon? Is Book of Mormon a well-made play? I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's, too, like... There's no secrets, really, in Book of Mormon. You need a secret, okay? You need to have a secret. The secret is, like, very important for the well-made play. It's the dramatic irony. Where the audience knows someone is faking their identity, okay? I don't know what the Green Mile is. Let me just look up, most popular 2000s rom-coms. I bet at least 3 of these are gonna be well-made plays. 13 Going on 30. I think that is a well-made play. I don't know any of these other ones, so I guess I don't know 2000s rom-coms that well. I wish Perplexity knew what movies I knew. I don't know The Great Escape. God, I don't know any movies. didn't know we were talking about rom-coms. Most well-made plays are rom-coms nowadays. Not all of them though. Some of them are dramas, I would say. But the well-made play formula came out a little bit before the dawn of realism, which means that even though some of our like tragedies and dramas and stuff today are following the well-made play formula, the historical well-made play was almost always a comedy. And it ending happily. I would say the two most important criteria for the well-made play are that there's a secret, usually a secret identity, or someone hiding something important about themselves. And there's a lot of dramatic irony where the audience knows about the secret and some of the characters don't. And that it ends happily, plausibly, and happily. Like, that's a very important thing. I also haven't seen Crazy Stupid Love. I'm sorry. Or Silver Linings Playbook. I'm sorry. Is Shrek a well-made play? Yes it is. Yes it is. Shrek is a well-made play. And Olivia? Oh. Yes. Absolutely. 500 Days of Summer doesn't have a secret, I don't think. I think, yeah, Farquaad's scenes are too small to not be considered, or to be considered a plot. I think the plot multiplicity might disqualify Shrek 2, though. The Parent Trap? Yes. Yes, Parent Trap is a well-made play. Yes. Probably a lot of the early, like, Mary, Kate, and Ashley things as well, I would think. The Little Mermaid? Yes. So I will say, like, the traditional well-made play is usually not, like, fantasy, but I don't think that that's an important criteria. I don't think it's an important enough criteria for me to pay attention to, so Little Mermaid and Shrek, I would still consider a well-made play. And the well-made play was popular in England. It became the most popular dramatic form for a long time. A lot of those old Disney movies can count as well-made plays. Yeah, like the Disney Channel original movies, definitely. Mulan, yeah. Mulan would be, I think. Yeah. Yes. Jungle Book? I feel like Jungle Book doesn't have as much dramatic irony as I would want. Like, I guess Baloo and what's his name are like keeping from Mowgli, right? That they're gonna drop him off at the human place or whatever. Maybe. I don't know, though. What about Cinderella? No, Cinderella's not one. We also never know when Shere Khan is gonna show up. The more well-made play vibe is like, we know exactly when they're gonna show up, and we're like, oh my god, they're about to show up. Oh my god, don't open the door, they're right there. That's more of the well-made play vibe rather than like the mystery vibe. 'Cause yeah, it's more about like, yeah, he's behind you, he's right behind you, yeah. Or like, you know, like those kinds of scenes where like someone hides something in their room that they don't want someone to see, and then in the next scene you're watching like the mom of that character like walk around that room and like very nonchalantly, like, I don't know, vacuuming or giving tea to someone, and you're like, oh my god, she's sitting right on the cushion that has the proposal ring right underneath it. Ah, the dramatic tension. That's the well-made play. You know, I think Monsters, Inc. is a well-made play. Maybe. But I don't remember it as well as I should. Let's see, what are some TV shows based off of commedia dell'arte? The Simpsons, SpongeBob, and the Muppets come up from Perplexity. Let's just see if I say more examples. I love abusing AI. The Office, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and Mr. Bean. More examples in all caps. Friends, Faulty Towers, and Arrested Development. Okay, Galaxy, you're right. I should be polite. Please provide a comprehensive list of examples of TV shows modeled after commedia dell'arte. Ugh, that only gave 4. Thought it already gave Simpsons, SpongeBob, The Muppets, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and The Office. Knees guy, thank you for your prime. Thank you for your prime. N-E-E-C-G-A. Click I. Thank you. Are sitcoms in general derived from commedia dell'arte? I don't know. I want to be tentative. I feel like I haven't watched enough sitcoms. So, what I will say is that commedia dell'arte, or commedia dell'arte, has like 2 main kind of factors. One of them are its characters, which we already talked about, and the other one is Lotzi. Lotzi is absolutely present, I would say, in all sitcoms and also in all comedies. Commedia dell'arte as well didn't even really invent Lotzi, it just kind of codified Lotzi in the same way that like Isaac Newton like codified gravity, but no one called it gravity before then because everyone knew it, but no one like wrote it down. And Lotzi is that for comedic bits that repeat. So a Lotzi is any kind of comedic motif that you do all the time. So, any kind of slapstick humor is going to be usually a Lotzi. So every time it happens, that's like a Lotzi. You're doing a Lotzi, or you're doing Lotzi right now. Catchphrase, no, it's usually physical bits, but like one example of Lotzi would be character slides off stage and you hear lots of crashing. Ha ha ha, they must have gotten hurt. 'Cause you heard crash, 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 crash when they slid off the stage. You know what I mean? So, the nosebleed archetype in anime? That's also Lotzi. And Commedia dell'arte did it before anime. Okay? Commedia dell'arte was even more crude about it, though, because they didn't have the nosebleed code. So they would just have, like, the two lover characters. I always forget the guy's name. It's like Iello or something. Lelio, and Isabella. A very common Lotzi would be them like meeting each other and getting all flustered, and then touching hands, holding hands, and like immediately just climaxing on stage in front of a hysterical Italian audience. So that was Lotzi. It would also be considered, Lotzi whenever... another common Lotzi would be like Arlecchino being really hungry. And so all of the... Arlecchino, again, is a servant. Maybe all of the masters would be like leaving the house or something, and Arlecchino would like sneak in and like eat all the food and stuff all the food in his mouth, and then the masters would come back and be like, well, Arlecchino, have you finished your cleaning? And Arlecchino would be like, and they would be like trying to hide that their mouth is full. That's Lotzi. These are like comedic bits that play out again and again and again, and no one ever gets tired of them. Shook. Uncleanly toast. Thank you so much for your prime. Usk and C L E shk A N sk L Y shk T O A shk S T shk. Thank you. I think the original reason I thought of Lotzi was because the it's right behind me, isn't it? Bit. That's Lotzi. I actually can't remember how to spell it. Clavius, welcome to the chat. I want to say it's Latzi, but I could be wrong. I do feel like there's a T in it, though. Lotzi? Shika. Oh, it is Lazzi. Lazzi. Shk. Okay, let's see. What are examples of Lotzi? So the Lotzi of the fly. A servant assures his master that there is not a fly in the house, only for the master to find it full of people. Yet the service insists that there are still no flies. I feel like this is Italian humor that doesn't work. I don't understand. Maybe the fly is supposed to be a metaphor or something. I don't know. The Lazzi of unspilled wine. Arlecchino performs a backward somersault without spilling a glass of wine. Lazzi of the straw. A servant issues a straw to secretly drink from a high-status character's glass. Ah, very classic, very classic. The Lazzi of eating oneself. A perpetually hungry character humorously pretends to eat parts of their own body. Classic Italian humor. Lazzi of the stolen silverware. A character stands still while stolen silverware falls from their clothing, usually at a comedically inappropriate moment. That one is funny to me. I do like that. So I think the joke there is that silverware is kind of valuable in the old world, right? So it's like clearly they were stealing, but silverware is so not valuable in our world that it is kind of extra funny to just have silverware falling from your pockets or something. I'm gonna start saying Lazzi of this thing in my day-to-day life, and no one's going to get it. Yes, good. That's what we want. That's what we want, to be isolated and radicalized. Spaghetti pocket, yes. Lazzi. Classic Lazzi. Let me see if Perplexity can give me modern examples of Lazzi. Ooh, it's even one of the suggested questions. I'm such a little shill for Perplexity AI, but my favorite aspect of Perplexity AI, genuinely, is that the related questions are also like AI suggestions, and they're not just like stupid. A lot of them are like interesting. Like the suggested questions are like actually good. It's so good for like wormholing yourself. So yeah, what are some modern adaptations of Lazzi in contemporary comedy? The physical comedy in silent films. Oh my god, that's not contemporary. Shows like Simpsons and SpongeBob SquarePants incorporate exaggerated character traits and physical humor and sketch comedy. Programs like Saturday Night Live often use repeated comedic bits and physical gags that echo the improvisational and stock nature of Lazzi. Yes. Definitely like those little comedic bits where like maybe you're hiding someone behind you. It's like kind of Lazzi. A lot of hiding things is like Lazzi. Or like someone eating something disgusting that they don't realize is disgusting. Like someone else put something really gross in their food, like by accident, because they were trying to hide something. And then another character like walks in and just starts eating it, and they're like, wow, this is really good. What did you put in this? And the person's like, salsa. When it was actually like, I don't know, bird shit or something. Like that would be Lazzi. But only if it's done in a funny way. Not in like a deliberately mean, dramatic way. If it's funny, it's Lazzi. Hunt you down. Thank you for your prime. H, U, click, N, T, click, Y, L, U, D, O, W, N, 1, 6. Thank you. What about scientist makes inventions when they turn it on and explodes? Yes, definitely. Definitely Lazzi. Phineas and Ferb, yeah, probably full of Lazzi. I feel like a lot of those old cartoons are like full of Lazzi. Yeah. Kinda cringe. You know, I love talking about commedia dell'arte and thinking about commedia dell'arte from like a categorical perspective and a historical perspective, but I also took a class in commedia dell'arte, and it was one of my least favorite theater classes ever. I actually regret taking it. I don't like it. Like, I don't like doing it. It's too crude for me. It feels uncomfortable. I'm also, like, I'm really bad at, like, improvising crass, gross things. Normal improvisation, I'm only, like, mid at in the first place. I'm not that good at improv. But I can do it, and I can sometimes be funny and have a good time, like, depending on the people that I'm with. But specifically, commedia dell'arte style improv is, like, a little bit too gross for me to do in a way that feels comfortable and natural. I'm bad at it. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. Yeah, I mean, like, making ASMR videos is definitely, like, a thing that I do, but it's very different from normal improv. There's no outside stimuli. And, like, one of the most important parts to multi-person improv being good is responding to multi-person stimuli in a way that always heightens the drama and makes the drama more interesting, and is also honest in ways. And I'm actually pretty good at, like, improv whenever it's not super farcical. Like, I can still do funny improv, but I'm not good at being like a crazy cartoony archetype. I'm not good at that. I'm good at being like a normal person in a funny situation, or like a normal person in a sad situation or in a happy situation. But I'm not really good at being like this crazy cartoon character when I'm improving with other people. It's just not something that I'm good at. And I mean, honestly, more importantly, I don't enjoy it as much. Because I really like immersing myself in a world and feeling very real with my acting partners. Not a Time Lord. Thank you very much for your sub. I'm not a regular chatter, but wanted to thank you for your awesome YouTube videos. Being an Australian makes sketching streams hard. Oh, well, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And click O T click A shk T I dot Ishk L O shk R D shk 1 shk. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I feel good improv is somehow linked to the orange chakra because it's about capitalizing on social skills to create things. Interesting. I don't know too much about chakras. Which one is the orange one? Like, where is it? head, shoulders, knees, and toes. As someone with no theater improv experience, is there something I should keep in mind before starting beginner classes? Have fun. Ow. Have fun. Have fun. Have fun. Have fun and be brave, okay? Be brave. Ah, gotcha, Galaxy. Gotcha. Fight Club. Fight Club. Fight Club. Fight Club. Fight Club. No one can censor me. No one can censor me. No one can censor me. Fight Club. 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 Fight Club would make a great play. I wouldn't be surprised if it's already been turned into one. Fight Club. Fight Club. Fight Club. Fight Club. Hello, quarter planet. Hello, hello, hello. Little Tinyal Alex. I'll just call you Alex. Hello, Alex. Alex, 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 Alex. Have you tried the new Dark Tide update yet? No. Is it a big update? What's changed? Changed how weapons can be leveled up and shows you their max potential? That is weird and surprising. I don't know if I like that. I like RNG. I like a little crazy luck in my games. Makes me less accountable. But yes, it is time for my break, so I shall be back in 5 minutes, my friends. I shall be back in 5 minutes for more tingles. Click after I do this new Tracer Foodie View. Thank you so much for your sub. F click E W shk D Y shk F click E shk W shk. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, I'll be right back. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Norwich. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome in, welcome in. Are you properly hydrated? You betcha. Are you properly hydrated? Are you? Who are you coming to a tree? Shush. Y'all shush. Y'all just shush and go to sleep. I love to sleep. Dude, I feel like South Carolinians and North Carolinians, their accent is real. Okay, it's real. Like that is how they sound. But whenever I hear someone from South Carolina or North Carolina, I feel like they're faking a Texas accent badly. Like that's what I hear. But then I just have to remember that the Carolinas exist. And that's what they sound like. They sound like they're faking a Texas accent. What's their accent sounds like? It sounds like if you mixed up Texas and Minnesota. Like there's, like, you know, when I think of those Minnesota accents, they're kind of squinched up. They're kind of sort of tight. That's not very good, but like they're sort of all squished together. And then Texas is more relaxed. A lot more relaxed. And also southern. And I don't know if I can do a Carolina accent, but it sort of sounds both Texas, but also sort of squished. I don't know. I can't do it. That's not very good. But it sounds like a Texas accent. If you squished it together real tight. I don't know. That's not it. That's not good. I can't do it. But yeah, it sounds like a weird. I don't know. It's wacky. That's all I'm saying. Just gonna a kiss. Thank you for your prime. A click E K shk shk Y sk U S. Thank you. Add British accent on Texas and you get Irish. Is that true? Oh, Irish. Whenever I think of the Irish folk, I think of moving my pitch up and down a lot. And I also think of sounding, I think of sounding as earnest as I can. I think of doing an English accent with my R's and very earnestly on every word. I really making a promise with everything I say. Really making a promise with everything I say. Everything. I don't know, I'm not really in a headspace for Irish. What's the difference in sound between Scottish and Irish? Scottish roll their R's more, and they have like a more of a whole. There's a gutturalness. There's a gutturalness to it. There's a gutturalness to the Scottish, and the Irish is much more. Not guttural. It's not. It's very light. The Irish. I feel like Irish is actually like it's way more. It feels more British to me than Scottish. I'm not doing any of them well right now. If I keep switching around, they just get worse and worse. I can't do them all at once. It just kills me. I can't. It gets really bad. Can you do German? No, not really. Shaka, shaka, Can you do New York? No, not really. Not really. I actually used to be able to do a pretty good Boston accent, but I lost it, unfortunately. I completely lost it. Shaka, 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 shaka. What is that? What is that? What am I singing? What is that? I don't even know if I'm doing it right, but it's definitely something. It's not Pokemon. I don't know Pokemon well enough. There's no way it's Pokemon. It's not. I never played any of the Pokemon games. I watched the show when I was a kid, but I don't think it's Pokemon. I think it's like some... It is kind of like Hush Little Baby, but I don't think it is. Hush Little Baby. Oh god, how does Hush Little Baby go? Hush, hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mommy's gonna buy you a mockingbird. Yeah, it is very similar to Hush Little Baby, but it's like a different rhythm. A different rhythm. Hello, Jerome. How's your power? Is your power back? Bum 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 ba dum bum 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 ba dum ba dum bum 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 ba dum ba dum bum. I feel like it's like a national song, or like a nursery rhyme. Ugh, gosh. Bum 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 ba dum bum 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 bum. Maybe a church song? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. For now, yes, I'll finally be able to stay till the end. Exciting, exciting, exciting. Did you watch the 4th season of The Boys? No, I haven't watched anything. I haven't done anything. I'm so nothing. But also, I've been productive. But I'm slowing down on my productivity because of Love is Blind, okay? But not too much. Don't worry. Not slowing too much on my productivity. Oh my gosh. This is an important ritual. for the growth of all squash this fall. May they grow tall and warty, sweet and stringy and delicious. I hope all of y'all are also doing this ritual with me. If you're not, then you're fake. You're a fake squash worshiper. This is unrelated, but your clown makeup in the dating advice video was so good. Thank you, Bean AM Burrito. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Does it work if I'm missing a wand and an orange towel? You'll have to use a makeshift orange towel and wand, okay? You'll have to use a makeshift one. I mess everything up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's okay, it's not a big deal. Okay. Get ready to tingle, okay? Get ready to tingle in 3, 2, 1. Did you tingle? 3, 2, 1. Did you tingle? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Did you tingle? 3, 2, 1. Tingle. 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 3, 2, 3, 2. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 10. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Tingle. 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 Do you actually feel censored, limited by YouTube and Twitch and what you can talk about? Good question. No, I don't. There are some words that I will avoid, for sure. Like, yes, there's definitely some words that I'll avoid. Especially in, like, titles and all that. And, like, when I say words that I will avoid, I mean, like, normal words that shouldn't be problematic. Like, can I think of one? specific political ideas or policies or whatever. Yeah, Taylor, that one is one that I would avoid, probably. I don't avoid the F word, I say fuck. And specific people I avoid, but that's not, whenever I avoid words, it's for algorithmic purposes. Like, there's some words that I know I shouldn't say, especially at the beginning of streams or whatever. But then there's other words that I avoid because I don't want to open up a can of worms, right? I usually avoid naming politicians, right? And that's not so much of, I'm not censoring a word, I just kind of self-censor entire topics, because I'm like, don't need to open up that can of worms, right? So that's not because of algorithmic reasons, it's more like just because of content reasons, I would say. Like, I don't want to open up that can of worms. And then there's words that I think I just don't say. So it's not like I'm censoring them, but there are words that I just don't say. Like, there's certain... I think most of us have words we don't say, right? Because we probably shouldn't. And so I don't really consider that to be YouTube censoring me. I also don't consider it to be me being, like, censoring myself. But yeah, there's words that I don't say. And then there's separate from that, words that I don't say for algorithmic purposes, which again, I wouldn't really consider it censoring, honestly, because I don't feel like I'm gonna get banned for saying any of the words, like, and then there's topics that I don't talk about, because I don't want to open up certain cans of certain worms. And I'm not even against opening those cans of worms, it's just like, if I ever open them, I have to have a wormy appetite. I'd better have a wormy appetite, you know? Because I am a yapper. And definitely in my personal life, I open cans of worms, okay? I open cans of worms. But on the internet, I have to be a little, like, I cognizantly am a little bit more careful, because opening up a can of worms with like one person who I'm talking to in person is like delicious, you know? We'll share a can of worms together, but opening a can of worms with 270-ish people all at once in public is not the wormy appetizer that I'm used to or are usually ready for. So I'd better have an appetite if I open certain cans of certain words. Yeah, a lot of energy for sure. In personal life, it's easier to distinguish with whom you can talk to those sensitive topics, right? On the internet, you don't really know who's on the other side. On the internet, everyone is on the other side. That's the thing. Not only do I not know about y'all, sure, that's true, I don't know about y'all, but I know a fair bit about y'all based off of our, like, general conversations. I know the vibe of my chat. And I would probably be pretty comfortable talking to my chat about certain cans of worms. But my chat is not the only people seeing this, right? It is going out into the public, and that means everyone. So I need to be cognizant of that, which is like, it's weird sometimes, because sometimes I feel like I'm just talking to chat, and then I have to remember, like, I am talking to chat, but I'm also talking to everyone right now. And I gotta remember that. Gotta remember that. Imagine would you shout this information in the shopping mall? Yeah, exactly. Verome, thank you so much for your tip. I would love to give you a reading. How does it feel to be talking to people in the future? Feels awfully hopeful of me every day to imagine that tomorrow exists. Alright, let's see what the cards have for Verome. Bean AM Burrito, I like that question, but I'm gonna do this reading for Verome, but I'll try to, if I don't come back to it, feel free to ask it again, okay? Alright, Verome, for you we have the Devil, the Hermit, and Judgment. Okay, all major arcana here. All major arcana for Verome. The Devil, the Hermit, and Judgment. Okay, Verome, you're seeking some kind of certainty that doesn't exist and can't exist. You need to act without certainty. The hermit is on a search for knowledge and discovery, usually a sort of introspective discovery. So in the context of the devil and judgment, I feel like there's some kind of choice that you have to make here, some kind of decision. It might not be as obvious as what I'm saying, but it's probably kind of like, do I do this or do I do that? Do I choose this or do I choose that? Do I continue this or do I stop this? And what the devil is tricking you here into believing is that if you wait long enough and if you soul search for long enough, you'll just know eventually. You'll just know eventually if you just wait long enough and search long enough, and then you'll make your decision. But in this context, that is the devil, okay? This is the kind of thing that I'm in Love is Blind brain right now, but this is the kind of thing that people do whenever they're in love triangles, and they're like, I don't know if I want to date Henry or Jacob. I'll just keep dating both of them until I figure it out, I guess. And this happens in real life too, and it's like, girl, you just have to choose. Henry and Jacob are both fantastic. None of them is ever going to turn into a dick. Or neither of them are ever going to turn into a dick. Like, you have to break a heart in order to have another. And sometimes, there's a lot of choices like that in life where you're waiting for it to become obvious, but the idea that it will eventually become obvious, that there's some kind of knowledge that you just have to be patient for, and eventually you'll discover it. Hello, Gracie. Cat just jumped on my lap. Sometimes, yeah, that's just not true. There is no eventual knowledge waiting. Next we have the 10 of Cups and the Emperor. Yes, okay, so you must stop searching for some kind of certainty or truth that doesn't exist. And you must make a judgment, you must make a choice, even if it feels arbitrary, even if you're unsure about it, you have to make your choice and stick to it, and don't look back, make that judgment, and then you will have your reward, okay? You will have your emotional fulfillment, your relational fulfillment, and you will have your power. You will know that you made a judgment, and that by enacting that judgment, you bettered the world for yourself and for the people around you. Okay? If you want to better your world and the world of the people around you, you have to make a choice. You have to make a choice. Let's get a cloud card. Yes. For thrill. The windy. You probably feel like you can understand the benefits of every different choice, right? I'm gonna, again, make a dating comparison, like, you can probably simulate very clearly in your mind how sweet it could be with both Henry and Jacob. You can see your life traveling the world with Henry and living between Paris and London and Seoul and what's an important city in Australia? Sydney. And having a great time. And then with Jacob, you can see yourself settling down and having a house and 2 big oak trees and a picket fence and I don't know, a big festive wedding with both of your massive families there. You can see it so clearly, right? And they're two different lives, and you can run all these simulations. And that's that air energy, being able to run these simulations in your head of all these different options. That's why wind moves around the earth, because it knows that all of earth is so beautiful, running from place to place to place to place to place to place to place. But you must choose. You must choose. You must make a judgment, and you must contain that air energy and say, no matter how sweet every simulation is, I'm only going to pursue one of them in reality, and the rest can stay simulations. And I don't need to focus on those. I need to focus on Jacob. Okay, Jerome? Thank you for letting me read for you. It's kind of what I already knew, but I didn't want to hear. But it's so hard to act when you know uncertainty is great, and the possible results could be unwanted ones. Feels like gambling with huge stakes. How do you feel about that? Do you just decide or wait for the comfort of certainty? I mean, obviously it depends. Like, it depends on what I'm dealing with. But in general, I am more of a balls to the wall, just decide kind of person, I will say, even when I'm uncertain. I think that is because, personally, I have been surrounded in my life by people who are afraid to act. That is like a repeated motif in my life. People who are afraid to act. And I have personally developed a little bit of a repulsion, an internal repulsion to that attitude. And sometimes a way that doesn't serve me. Sometimes I should probably wait more than I do, but it's like I feel myself waiting, and then I'm like, ew, gross, I'm doing that thing. So then I just do something, I just decide. I commit. So that's how I am, but everyone's different, and obviously it depends on the kind of situation you're looking for. I think I have the opposite. I've been surrounded by people who've decided so much on the fly and didn't go well. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, what was this bean I am burrito question I wanted to answer? Do you have self-care practices regarding being someone speaking to the public so often? Yeah. Literally, focusing on other people is so grounding for me. Like, whenever I'm done streaming, I need to, go into observational mode. I need to get out of my head. After I stream, I should not be journaling. I should not be calling my friend and, talking more about myself. Honestly, the best thing for me to do after I'm streaming is, join a Discord call where there's, 3 other people talking. 2 or 3 other people talking, where I can chime in if I have something useful to say, but I'm mostly sitting back and listening to them. Bonus points if, they're actually my friends and I know them and we're playing video games and I'm mostly being quiet but I'm still involved. That's the best. But watching TV or something, watching Netflix, that does pretty well too. But yeah, I need to get out of my kind of flow of consciousness in my head, out my mouth mode. You go third person mode. Yeah, for sure. Third wheeling. I love third wheeling, okay? Youngest sibling. This is what I do. And it helps to ground me, and it helps me to like literally just get out of thought loops. I am already someone who gets in thought loops really, really easily. I have a very loud brain. It's like my brain is literally loud. Some people have like no internal monologue. I have like an internal super monologue. Like constantly there's like three monologues like overlaying one another and commenting on one another audibly in my brain. And whenever I am more activated, which can be the result of stress or excitement or nervousness, or just like intense social interaction, there's like even more, and they're like even louder. And it can put me in like almost a catatonic state of like, I'm just like listening to all my thoughts and everything is like, blah. And I can actually like drive myself crazy. And so I need to like throw a wrench in the gears. I need to throw a wrench in the gears. And delicate distraction doesn't do the job. So, me playing a video game by myself doesn't do the job. After I stream, watching ASMR doesn't really do the job for me. It's like it doesn't rope me in enough. But like a really engaging TV show is a little bit better. And also talking with other people where they will like be talking about important stuff and I have to focus on what they're saying, like that's really the best thing. They are a good wrench in the gears that lowers the volume of my internal monologues, grounds me in reality, and chills me out. Same happens to me. I gotta keep myself busy, otherwise my thoughts take over, which sometimes can be nice, but can get a bit overwhelming. Yeah, like another thing, there's also certain environments where I like to let the, let me think. Whenever I go on, like part of the reason why I like going on walks is because whenever I go on walks, even though my brain is still very activated and I have all of those internal monologues running, like the rhythmicness of walking tends to like make all of my monologues like, this is weird language because it's not I'm kind of using like symbolic language, but it feels like everything is more harmonious in my head. And so it's still like highly activating, but it's much more enjoyable because it's like all the monologues are like harmonizing, and I can find actually like interesting thoughts instead of just unyielding chatter when I'm really nervous or excited, or after I've been streaming for a long time and I've just been like talking blah 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 blah. It's just like chatter. There's just crazy chatter going on in my head. But whenever I'm on a walk or whenever I'm meditating or like kind of doing these intentionally de-stimulating tasks, or like activities, it's like all of it isn't chatter. All of it is interesting and useful and harmonious. So it's not that it's like more simple, but it's like none of it is irrelevant. I don't know how to describe that. It's a much more fulfilling way of like being inside of my brain space. I understand it's kind of like the gym for me. It turns multiple monologues into just one, which is focusing on not passing out. Right. The gym is kind of similar because there's that counting aspect to it. Counting is just great for my brain. Whenever I was young, and I had like OCD, I put it in quotes not because it's fake, just because I never got like a formal diagnosis, but I did go to a therapist for it. And she called it OCD, but I think she was like against diagnosing, which I'm actually okay with because like, I don't know if I would have been happy to have that like on my record. But whenever I was a kid, like one of my OCD like compulsions was counting everything. I counted my steps, and I counted other stuff. I had like number patterns that I would look for. I counted letters in words whenever I was listening to people speak, which was distracting, but also I think it was kind of just an exaggeration of something that's like genuinely kind of grounding and peaceful for me. I still like counting, but now I definitely don't meet the criteria for having OCD, because whenever I get into these like counting phases now, it's not a distraction from life. It's not something that lowers my quality of life. But I do count as a way to ground myself. And also when I'm walking and I'm counting, it like gets me into a peaceful rhythm. I'm also like not, I don't care if I miscount anything. Whenever I was young and I had more like OCD symptoms, like if I miscounted something, I would get really angry at myself, and I would like scratch at my skin and do all this nonsense. I don't care if I lose track at all anymore. I'm just like, oh, I'll start over. It's just the practice of counting. There's something very meditative about it, peaceful, meditative. It's kind of a way of, when your brain is full of chatter and you can turn one of those monologues into counting, there's still noise in your head, but like, it's not as loud. It's just not as loud. Yeah, also, nice point, Foucault. Engaging the body is a good way to refocus from over-engagement of your mind, interacting with things as they exist outside of your head. Yes, 100%. I think I missed out on that a lot growing up, just like being in touch with my body. It was like an entire element of my health and identity, my mental health, that like I just didn't. I mean, I honestly wasn't really taught to acknowledge it. And it wasn't until I was older that I kind of realized that focusing on my body could be so grounding, and also can make me like, I have some of my most poetic OMG moments whenever I'm doing physical stuff, walking, running, lifting. Like, beautiful poetry will just pop up in my head, and I'll be like, oh my god, I have to write that down. It's very nice for the brain to focus on the body, engage the body. It's very nice, very nice. I've noticed something similar with me. I challenge my anxiety a lot, and I get really bad on flights. I get a window seat all the time, but I look out the window the whole time. And the first time I decided to turn away from the window and look around at my environment, it was like my brain went into the background instead of me drowning in it. Wow, interesting. Interesting. Do you have any little coping tricks for when you feel it happening? I, for example, keep a little ivory jar on my desk that I like to rub with a small rag that helps me focus or calm down. Kind of like a fidget, or when I'm not at my desk, it works with coins too. So it depends on like how much freedom I have. Like a major thing that helps me is cleaning. having an organized space where I don't just have all this like stuff around me that's like kind of stimulating me and triggering different thoughts is very helpful. But like if I'm in the middle of streaming, I obviously can't just get up and start cleaning. I don't want y'all to see the stuff I have to clean on my desk, you know? Like I don't want like, you know, like random camera batteries or like papers that have identifying information on them, hair clips. Like I don't want y'all to see all that. I would also be like leaving the room. Like I can't just clean in the middle of stream, right? So in some environments I have more freedom than others. I would say if I'm talking to someone, if I'm streaming, like the kind of quick fix is usually just breathing. Like I just focus on my breathing, which I can do while I stream, you know, and it doesn't always mean stopping my talking either. There's plenty of times where like while I'm talking, I will kind of simultaneously be noting, oh, I feel like I'm getting a little bit heightened right now and maybe I shouldn't. So I'm gonna try and slow it down a little bit and focus on my breathing, and I'm not gonna pressure myself to say what I need to say very quickly. I will allow myself to take the time that I need to give every caveat that I want to give. And just breathe a little, you know? Just focus. Lock in. Lock in. Lock in, lock in, lock in. I've noticed that you tend to be very specific and precise when you speak. Would you attribute that to OCD? No, I don't think that's an OCD thing. Because OCD is like obsessions and compulsions. And it's usually more, I don't know, I feel like it usually just appears in more kind of like narrow and specific ways. But I would attribute my efforts to be precise, my sometimes failed efforts to be precise, to the household that I grew up in. My family is very precise with their speech. And also going to college and specifically being in kind of like the humanities, like humanities professors are, they're as insane as me, at least. Very, very precise speech, because you're usually, oftentimes in the humanities, you're talking about very sensitive topics. You know, you're talking about, you know, the good Spanish theater that came out of the colonial age in South America, and it's like, yeah, I guess we have to talk about the merits of it, but God, is this uncomfortable? You know? So it requires having, you know, very specific speech. I'm glad I don't have to give that lecture. I'm glad I do not have to give that lecture, but God, I respect deeply the professors who had to give the lectures about the good colonial Spanish theater. Many of it was written by women, so you could argue it's feminist. I think I remember you saying that you had some of a German background from your family, right? Maybe that could also be a factor. They tend to be very specific and it reflects in their language. Honestly, I don't think so. I don't think there's too much cultural Germanicism? Germanness? There's not too much cultural Germanness in my family. The German part of my family came here in like the mid 1800s. So, the German part of my family is pretty much just like American. It's pretty much just American. And then the Cajun French side of my family, I would say, is more like culturally distinct. Yeah. Yep. Shaka, 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 shaka. Click. Germanity. I like that. Oh, the Germanity. The university style of speaking around things and using insinuations and a certain style and cadence to express sensitive topics is maddening. Yeah, it's an art. Sometimes I really love it. Like, it has a place. It really does have a place. And, sometimes I really respect the professors who, like, are just, who know how sensitive a topic is and who handle it with the appropriate sensitivity. There's also sometimes, a time, there is sometimes a time, sometimes is all I should say there. Sometimes it feels like woke academic language is being like abused. And this happens with all language bubbles, okay? This happens with like Christian language too. Sometimes Christian people are having Christian conversations and they're using all of the spiritual words and the spiritual language, and it's like, yes, we're talking about things. Yes. Okay, we're having a conversation. I love it. And we're talking about it in Christian terms because it's the correct term. That's what we're talking about. And then sometimes, like, at very kind of virtue signal-y events, weddings, graduations, whatever, people will start talking and they'll be using like Christian terminology when it makes no sense, and they'll just be like throwing out like the blood of Jesus and hedge of protection and saving grace and like all this, and it's like, we're walking the dog. Like, what is happening right now? That happens with like, yeah, it happens with every kind of vernacular, right? Where sometimes it's just virtue signaling or kind of identity signaling. And it's annoying. But then there's also like a time and place to use specific language. And woke language, I agree, whenever it's used like just as a virtue signal, can be annoying, especially when you're in a room full of everyone who you know has the same virtues. It's like unnecessary for us to constantly be virtue signaling. But also most woke language like a lot of this woke academic language is like describing specific words or describing specific concepts in specific ways that you can't describe otherwise because the concepts are new. And so it's like, yes, of course we will use these words that no one else uses because we're talking about a specific thing and it is the time and place for us to use these words so that we can have the discussion about the specific thing while my cat knocks down all my tarot decks. Let's see. What she knocked over face up is 4 cards. Face up are the light, the illusion, the sleep, and the fly. Gracie's only opinion on things is that they make good noises. Yes, so true, so true. And my poor pink deck is like so upside down and like face turned around because it's fallen down like a lot, and I just haven't gone through it and fixed all the cards. Okay. I think woke is a weird word. Me too. Me too. I was thinking about this the other day. Like, when did woke become like it's as much of a word as it is one, you know? Like, woke used to be a word that like only kind of meant a general set of ideas. And it also used to be a word that was like mostly used in AAVE, right? Yeah, and it used to like generally mean like kind of progressive, but now like wokeism is like a political term, which is so weird. It's so like, because now like wokeism is not just progressivism. Wokeism, as some people use it, is like a very specific thing, and what they're talking about, I don't know, it's like weird how much of a word it is. I think it used to mean something nice. Now it's used almost as an insult. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I think it's used as an insult, but it doesn't really hit as an insult, if that makes sense. Like, people who are woke, or people who agree with woke ideas, I don't think like I think if you called their ideas woke to their face, they wouldn't be like, no, it's not. They would be like, yes, it is. Yes, it is. So it's a weird insult. I don't know. Yeah, definitely got co-opted. I agree with that, CEO. Yeah, wokeism is the political correct of today. I think that's fair viral, which is weird, because I mean, it really used to be the opposite. Like, woke used to be an anti-establishment idea. No one is pro-establishment these days. Like, the right is like the American right is like not the establishment. The American left is like not the establishment. The politicians are the establishment, and the politicians are right and left and center and all the frick around. But like, the American base of the right and the left is not pro-establishment. All of them, I mean, I feel like almost everyone feels the original idea of woke. Everyone feels like they know and understand why they are the most oppressed, or why my people are the most oppressed, and why my people are being screwed over by the government. And that's kind of like the feeling of like the original woke, to have the wool pulled away from your eyes. It's like, oh, I realize I'm being effed over. And everyone feels like that all over the political spectrum. Everyone's like, oh, now I've figured it out. This is why this sucks. But a lot of them are also wrong about it. They're right about being fucked over, but people come to, all kinds of different solutions about our decisions, I guess. Interpretations as to why. Yeah, Green Ninja. Everyone wants to save the world, they just can't agree on how. Yeah. The heartbreaking thing about the left is that it wants to create harmony between people, but it tends to create more division because of my oppression, my suffering. Yeah, the thing that I said yesterday about creating a good workplace being always about trying to make everyone else's job easier and trusting being in an environment where you can trust that other people are doing the same for you, that applies to the scale of a state as well. Like, what a good citizen does is tries to uplift other communities, in my opinion, and has enough trust in the state and in their neighbors that other communities will also focus on uplifting them. We do not live in a society where we can trust one another, though. And I would be a fool if I were to promote that, unfortunately, I feel like. Because we live, unfortunately, in a kind of state structure that incentivizes and in some cases necessitates so much greed for the sake of survival. That it is foolish not to fight primarily for yourself and for your own. I fight for myself and for my own, you know? I think for a long time, especially when I was younger, not crazy younger, but like, 4 or 5 years ago, like, I wanted to be so kind of ideologically and philosophically pure that I did apply that mindset to my own life. And I almost like destroyed myself because I was not fighting for myself at all in the world. And I was fighting for everyone else. And it's unfortunately not a sustainable model of living. And I wish that it was, and maybe for some people it is. And I do believe that there are some communities where you can have that. I don't know where exactly. I mean, I know some examples, but like, I don't know broadly like where to find that, where to suggest other people could find that. But yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame that like it feels like society is kind of stuck in a greed cycle. Howdy, howdy. I just returned from a trip to Germany and I'm finally in Mexico. Ah, welcome back, Diego-zaki. Welcome back, welcome back. That's the central problem of collective action, though. If you're willing to work for the general good, you can be taken advantage of. Yeah. Does that mean we all ought to be selfish? I mean, like, the real answer is we all ought to be practical. But God, that's hard to navigate. Oh my God, we're too stupid. I'm too stupid. I don't know how to do that correctly all the time. I'm gonna mess it up. I have to ask for advice. I don't know, like, it's not a binary of like, I work for the world or I work for myself, but it's really hard to figure out exactly what the middle, or not what the middle, but like, it's really hard to figure out what the right thing to do is. It's so hard. It's so hard, but we gotta figure it out. But also, like, it's okay if we mess up, and that's important too. It's okay if we mess up. I've messed up before. 100% I've messed up before. I am not ideologically pure. I buy nice things sometimes because I want a nice thing. Like, I have this freaking beanbag and I love it. And it was like $600. Like, do I need that? No, of course not. Was it selfish? Yes, of course. I have like this nice computer set up for streaming. I could probably stream from a laptop if I really wanted to like nun it up, you know? Be a good nun streamer. So like, I'm selfish. There's plenty of things about my life that are selfish. But I know that I can't just live for other people. And I know that I must give myself gifts. And I know that I must I know that I must treat myself like with the sort of affection and respect that I would treat other people with. And so I try to do that. Other people that I love, you know? I think there's also like this aspect of celebrating humanity I would say it's actually a conservative idea, which is funny because it's also a progressive idea, but it's probably not like a leftist idea. But it's like a futurist idea, and it is something that I agree with. I think it's good to like celebrate with luxury the creations of humanity. This is why people made beautiful cathedrals throughout history. I'm glad they did. I'm glad entire towns poured resources into making beautiful churches because they loved God and they were excited about it. I think it's beautiful that humans do that. I am glad that humans create beautiful art. I am glad that humans create gear that is optimized to do specific tasks extremely well. I am glad that humans have made cat ears that are like adorable and fun and fuzzy. These don't make me do my job any better, but by participating in the creations of other humans, and by buying things, buying the beautiful things and like these, optimized, perfectly optimized tools for human or for technological performance or whatever, I'm able to like celebrate the majesty of man. And I think that's another like important part for me about like participating in the world as a human. And that's another like reason to splurge on things that you think are beautiful and interesting. Your nice running shoes that you have, you could do with shitty running shoes. You'd be fine. They're probably better than the shittiest running shoes you could get at Academy Sports right now or some other sporting goods store. Are probably better than the running shoes that most humans have run in for most of history, and they were probably better runners than you. But you can get the nice shoes and participate in the crazy foot technology of man. And that's not selfish. Even if running is just a hobby that you do for just yourself, and no one sees it, it's not your job, whatever, you can have your nice running shoes. Because you're participating in the creations of mankind. And that's like a way to honor humanity. Yeah, so that's another reason why I think it's okay. It's okay. It's not selfish to, or I should say it's not always selfish to like get nice things, even if you don't need them. What if you're an asshole though? Just don't be one. Just don't be one again. I have the naive idea that if money would disappear, humanity would stop competing, and we would see art, nature, expression, empathy, and love flourish. Before money, there was definitely art, nature, expression, and empathy, and love. And money has not crushed these things. They're still all in very high supply, I think. Sometimes because of money, and sometimes in direct opposition to money. I feel like these are primal forces that cut through any of our silly little human dramas. In Tantra, they say, whatever you can do with 100% awareness, you should do. Because no one could, for example, steal something if you were aware of the consequences of it to the fullest. Oh, that's interesting. That's a really good way to frame it. Yeah, and I think that kind of works as a response to what Record had said as well. I always feel bad because I'm worried those things are made with things like unethical labor. There's a lot of stuff that's made with unethical labor. Unfortunately, usually the cheaper things are, there's exceptions here like diamonds, fuck diamonds, but usually the cheaper things are, the more unethical they are. And I don't know, the fancy like French designer shit is like probably more ethical than like the Walmart dress. Not always, but like generally. And you know what you know, you don't know what you don't know. Follow your conscience. Do what brings you joy. Celebrate humanity. In tantric teachings, they simplify morality to awareness. Whatever makes you more aware is good, and whatever lessens it is bad. That's interesting. It actually reminds me of something Swoozy, who I stream with sometimes, he talks about this sometimes in, and I think it's an interesting way to think about lying. He talks about how lying, or he's talked to me before about how, like, lying and keeping secrets, like, drives one insane because it creates a rift within yourself where, because, people, whenever, and I think the reason we've talked about this is because I've always thought of it from a performance perspective. Whenever you lie / perform, you have to believe it. If you lie and you're like fully aware that you're lying, then you're like, it's gonna be obvious. But whenever you lie, or whenever you keep a secret, or whenever you pretend, you have to put yourself in another reality where you're telling the truth. And if you tell the same lie to the same person over and over and over and over again, I haven't stolen all of your money. This is my real car. I am from Norway and not Denmark. I don't know why you would lie about that, but let's just pretend. If you're telling someone the same lie over and over and over and over again, you like are creating a rift between your true self and your false self, and it is unhealthy for your brain to the point where it can just drive you mad if done enough. And I think that has some interesting overlap with the tantric idea of like being fully aware of if you are fully aware of yourself, then you must be honest as well in your performance of yourself, in your communication. It's very, very hard to be fully aware of yourself while lying. You have to engage in a little bit of like cognitive dissonance, you know? And cognitive dissonance is just an absolute mind killer. And it's part of the reason why I'm vegan, and it's part of the reason why I'm Catholic. It's also part of the reason why I struggle with Catholicism. It's both. Like, there was a time in my life where I kind of identified as a little bit more of like agnostic, but I felt like I was lying to myself because even though I was like, Sky Daddy is dumb, I still just like believed, and I couldn't freaking deny it. Okay, like I couldn't pretend like God was fake. I was like, God, I was just driving myself crazy by like being agnostic. And so eventually, whenever I was just like, okay, whatever, I'm just gonna like be Catholic, as I am now, which is happy and comfortable, and it feels less cognitively dissonant to me. But I still obviously struggle, because like sometimes bishops do bad things, and sometimes the Pope says dumb stuff, and I'm like, oh my God, how do I do this? But I feel less cognitive dissonance being Catholic than not being Catholic. So, I'm sticking with it. They say lying blocks your throat chakra. That's interesting. Do you feel linked to the Catholic Church too? Yes, I do. I do. For me, like, part of being Catholic is being tied to the church, the Holy Roman Catholic Church. And it's not a perfect institution. It's not an infallible institution. You don't have to believe that it's a perfect institution to be Catholic, thank God. Oh, thanks for that one. Thanks for that one. Yeah. So I definitely see the Holy Roman Catholic Church as a flawed institution, but it is an institution that I ultimately believe has spiritual authority, important spiritual authority. Yeah. Have you ever read about Gnostic Christians? Yes, definitely. We've talked about them a fair bit. Thank you, Allie. Reminder to get your daily dose of potassium, everyone. I agree with that, Ogden. Nothing that involves or is implemented by people will ever be perfect. Humanity implies imperfection, except, of course, the humanity expressed in Jesus Christ. He was the one perfect human. Him and Mary. They did it. Bit flipped Ram. Thank you for gifting 3 subs. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bit flipped, bit flipped, bit flipped. Thank you. Bishk, I dot disk, at click, l I dot bishk, isk, d click, ashk, am. Thank you. I don't think this makes any sounds, but this is like kind of putty. Don't you think imperfections is the beauty of humanity? I wouldn't call it beauty. I would call it charm, okay? Like, it's how, like, it's how, like, anime girls are, like, cute when they get sick. Sorry, that was a loud laugh. I didn't mean to laugh so loudly. I think imperfection is charming in people, not so much societies. Yeah, I think that's fair. Shika. Exactly, Neatrix. We all have a sniffling anime waifu. Terminal illness anime waifu. Oh, the condition of man. mine's named Sleepy. I saw her first. I don't have a terminal illness. I'm very healthy. Don't jinx me. Where's Wood? Terminal illness, John. Yeah. Do you think people can be Christians if they don't attend church? Yes. In my head, I think anyone's a Christian if they believe that, like, Jesus was the big prophet who died for our sins. That's all I require for me to be like, yeah, you're Christian. But also, like, my litmus test for Christianity is mostly based off of, obviously, how people label themselves. And it's kind of like a politeness thing. Like, I don't know, I feel like a bitch if someone's like, I'm Christian, and I'm like, how much do you believe in exactly? And do you go to church? You know? That just feels bitchy to me, so I don't do that. If you say you're a Christian in my head. But I do think the Catholic Church does have, like, kind of a theology around, like, what we would call, like, capital C Christian, and I do think that is a useful litmus test, the litmus test of the Catholic Church for having theological conversations. Who do we include in the theological conversations about Christianity? We include Christians, and Christians, according to the Catholic Church, are people who have had a proper baptism. I think that's it. But then I think that's it. But proper baptism is, like, defined in a particular way. You have to have both the words, I baptize you in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, and the meaning of initiating someone into the, like, body of Christ in a specific way. So most people who self-identify as Christians, I think the Catholic Church also acknowledges that are Christians, but there's some weird, I don't want to make them feel bad about it. There's some groups that call themselves Christians that the Catholic Church would say, you're not Christian enough to be in our theological conversations. And I think the Mormons are one of those groups, because the Mormons have the words, but their meaning about baptism is, like, so different that the Catholic Church is like, it's not exactly what we're doing. And then there's other groups that don't do baptism at all, and then there's other groups that have the meaning, but they don't say the words. So then the Catholic Church is like, nah, not Christian. Which, like, you know, that's kind of semantic-y for my taste, but I understand that, you know, that criteria is useful to them in the big chairs and stuff. I feel like you were to take St. Peter's place, you would keep heaven packed. Your entry requirements are not very strict. Well, see, I am of the club that does not believe all Christians go to heaven. So being Christian to me is like, okay, you have a belief. Getting into heaven is like a different thing. I would still keep heaven packed, though. That's for sure. I'm not a big fan of hell, but I am pretty chill with purgatory. I think I would be keeping purgatory more packed than heaven myself. I would be packing myself into purgatory. Just to see what it's like, you know? I can't skip the adventure to purgatory. faith the size of a mustard seed will save you. I do agree with that. Well, I think faith the size of a mustard seed can save you. I don't think everyone who is a Christian has faith. Has, like, true faith, you know? Like, I think some people are just Christian nominally, and I still call them Christians, because they are like, I believe it, I believe that Jesus did this and died for our sins, but they don't actually, like, think about it or internalize it or act on it or anything like that. So those are the people who I'm like, yes, you are Christian, but I don't know if you have faith. And I don't think those people, like, I'm not saying they go to hell. I'm not saying anyone goes to heaven or hell. That is not for me. That is not for me to know. But I do think that the criteria does exist, and I do not have access to it. And I believe that it requires faith and works. And I think that both of those things cannot just be nominal. Both of them have to be truly felt and truly intended. And yeah. But there's more to it, and I don't have access. I don't have access. I am not the person. I am not the person who makes these decisions about the souls of man. You can be Catholic and believe in an empty hell, or you can be Catholic and hope for an empty hell, is I think the way it's said in some of the documents. And I certainly am of the club that hopes for an empty hell. I do strongly believe in purgatory, and I kind of enjoy how it's theologically necessary, because heaven is like a place of perfection, and I don't think all of us die perfect, even if we believe in Jesus and God. I don't think we all die perfectly, and I think it makes sense to kind of go through a process of perfection before we get to heaven. But I certainly hope for an empty hell. I hope for an empty hell. I hope for an empty hell. And heck, I mean, I think the main reason I hope for an empty hell is because I think God hopes for an empty hell. I think Jesus hopes for an empty hell. I feel like that's like part of like their whole thing is like, let's try to get hell empty. So that's what I hope for too. That's what I hope for. I believe martyrs go straight to heaven. Yeah. I think that some people die in states of perfection, for sure. The saints. Christianity's view, where do sinful Christians go? Purgatory. Well, for Catholics, purgatory, but there's a lot of, I think most Protestant denominations don't believe in purgatory, so I can't speak to their beliefs. They're probably all a little bit different. I think generally Protestants believe in being saved by faith alone. So I think in general Protestants would say that if you have true faith, then you go straight to heaven. Even if you're sinful and imperfect, because all of us are sinful and imperfect. All of us are sinful Christians. But yeah, I can't really speak to for every different denomination. What I've always found puzzling and a bit worrying for me is the belief that we should go free of sin. I know I have at least a couple that I wish I could let go, but I'm not sure how or if I would ever be able to. What's the right path there? The right path is to be free of sin for okay? There will be no okaying of sins in this chat. Okaying of humanity. It's okay to be human. It's okay to acknowledge your sinfulness and to release yourself from shame, alright? But we are not pro-sin. That's what I was basically taught growing up in the Church of Christ, yeah. I think that makes sense. I was raised under many denominations, which is why I was all over the place. First it was Protestant, then Lutheran. Hello, Warp. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Sinlessness can become possible in life. I do agree with that, Galaxy Wanderer. But sinlessness cannot be a state that someone has from, the time of being born, if that makes sense. First of all, because most Christians believe in original sin, but then second of all, 5-year-olds are sinning all the time, okay? 5, 6-year-old, 7-year-old, well, actually that's not true, because you technically can't really sin until you're at the age of reason, which is 7, but little kids are going to be sinning. We're sinning because we're silly and dumb. But I do think that as we get older, some people can achieve sinlessness. And they are usually, monks and nuns. Not always. But yeah, there's plenty of sinless people who are alive. I do believe. I think for us humans, sinlessness is a kind of temporary state only, at least as long as we're alive. You think it's possible for extended periods of time to be without any sins? Yeah, I do. How can you be sinless without the opportunity to sin? Nuns and monks have plenty of opportunities to be sin, okay? They're living in little communes. They can slap each other all they want, and they also can just be mean to one another. They can steal, they can keep secrets, they can hide books, They can look at their reflection. They can, do all kinds of things. I meant from birth. You haven't lived yet. Ah. Interesting. Okay. It seems unlikely to me that any person could achieve a state of true Christian perfection. I think it's possible. I do think it's very, very rare. I agree. But, I think it's possible. Would Mary be considered a perfect Christian? She would be considered a perfect Jew. a perfect Christian convert, I guess. She would be considered a perfect person. Yeah. Mary is also sinless. Canonically. Click, click, click. Shika, 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 shika. Hello, Hyun. Welcome in. 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 Welcome cat hair. I have a question I never found an answer to. If God forgives our sins, then it should be okay for me to be a non-believer until I'm dead and see God himself when I will ask for his forgiveness. You just want to be wrong your whole life? Okay. Sleepy, a little bit of a different topic. Do you plan on anything regarding the brain rot Bambi post? I have no plans. No plans. My interpretation is that upon death you gain instantaneous knowledge of the condition of man, how beautiful yet imperfect we are. Then you can self-reflect on the role you played part and become a passive observer of the perfect creation's succession. I think that sounds beautiful. I'm gonna be real, I have kind of concepts in my head of purgatory and hell and heaven, but I don't spend too much time thinking about what the afterlife is, for the same reason I don't spend too much time thinking about what aliens are like, or I don't know, what sounds microscopic organisms make to one another. It's interesting if anyone knew about it, but I have and it's interesting to talk about ideas surrounding it, for sure, but It is impossible. Like, no one is ever gonna describe heaven to me. I don't care who they are. No one is ever gonna describe heaven or purgatory or hell or afterlife to me, and I'm gonna be like, oh, that sounds correct. It just, like, you don't know. No one knows. That's the point of being human. We have no idea what happens after we die. No, we have tiny little baby ideas. We have tiny little dumb baby ideas. Just like we have tiny little dumb baby ideas about what aliens might be like based off of, like, our knowledge of space and hydrogen and, like, I don't know, time, I guess. But, like, we don't know what aliens are like. We're just having fun talking about it. But yeah, I do like that idea, Neatrix. I think it's interesting. I think it's cool. But, like, I have there's no meter in my head of, like, this is more true or less true than that idea. I just, like, honestly, even the Catholic ideas, like, I have a very good understanding of what the Catholic Church teaches about the afterlife. And I I believe in it, but I also, like, have this sense that, like, I believe in it in kind of like a symbolic sense. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think that what the Catholic Church is, I think that what the Catholic Church teaches about the afterlife is, like, more, like, maybe more right than other ideas, but, like, I don't think it perfectly describes the afterlife, if that makes sense. Like, I just think it's something we don't know, and none of us know, and none of us can know, and none of us could know, and none of us, like, I don't know, like, if someone told me that they were super confident about what the afterlife was, I would just be like, no, you don't. It's kind of like that proverb, if you see Buddha on the street, kill him. You know that? It's like a Buddhist proverb. It's not racist, I promise. It's, like, about how we're just supposed to not know. We're supposed to not know something. These ideas are supposed to be intangible. And I'm chill with that. I sometimes worry that the cat ears make you feel uncomfortably warm. I'm not uncomfortably warm. No, I am not. Sometimes they squeeze my ears a little bit, but they definitely don't make me warm. If we had proof what these things are, then there would be no faith. Yeah, true. Anne Rice's Memnoch, the devil, has a pretty interesting interpretation of the afterlife. Lucifer tries to recruit Lestat, and he shows him the afterlife. Interesting. Thank you for letting me know. No. I'm glad you've been sleeping. It's kind of how I feel about angels and demons as well. Like, I definitely believe in angels and demons, but I also believe that I probably have a very bad understanding of, like, exactly what they are and how they work. I just believe that there are cosmic entities that don't interact directly very much with our world, and then I believe that there's cosmic entities that do interact very directly, constantly with our world, and those are angels and demons. I feel like there's stuff, you know, I believe that there is a spiritual battle overlaid on our reality of some sort of warfare. But also, like, I don't think it's warfare in the human sense of the word. I think it's just forces repelling and attracting one another, and that the human interpretation of that is like warfare, and I think that it affects us in violent ways and inspiring ways and confusing ways. Yeah, so it's like I believe in angels and demons, and I think historically, and when it comes to the stories about angels and demons, like I'm very interested in the mythology and the folklore and the art and all that. And whenever I'm just being chill with myself, I'm like, oh yes, this is angel so-and-so, and this is angel so-and-so, and so-and-so had an interaction with that angel, and that angel did this, and blah, 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 blah. But when I really think about my faith, I'm like, I don't know what's happening out there, but I think this is the best way we can explain it, you know? I've had some interesting paranormal experiences that totally convinced me of the concept of spiritual battle. Yeah, world is crazy. Hugo Owl, thank you for your prime. H U G O underscore O W L. Thank you. Thank you. Now I do wonder, Sleepy, is there anything about where our pets go after passing? I don't know. I don't know any more about pets than I do about humans. Do you think in heaven you can change what age you are, and so if you die of old age you look like, and you don't look like an old person? I think everyone in heaven looks exactly like Ryan Gosling. Exactly. That is, yep, everyone exactly as Ryan Gosling looks 5 years ago. Exactly. Neatrix, thank you so much for your tip. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, all of the animals have his face. Exactly, girl kisser. Exactly. Everyone experiences gender euphoria as Ryan Gosling, regardless of their earth gender, okay? What would the real Ryan Gosling look like? Like the ultimate Gosling? You know, I think Ryan Gosling is the ultimate Gosling, okay? My friends, what are we naming the stream? What are we naming the stream? What are we naming the stream? Hot Heaven with Ryan Gosling. Religious studies? No. We started this stream talking about something fun, but I can't remember. Theater. Yes, we talked about commedia dell'arte and well-made plays. Yes, 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 yes. Commedia dell'arte, well-made plays, Catholic, mumbo jumbo. There we go. Commedia dell'arte, well-made plays, Catholic mumbo jumbo. Rat plumbers? I don't even remember talking about rat plumbers. Did we talk about rat plumbers? I don't remember talking about rat plumbers. They were in your walls, right? I forgot. Alright. I'm happy with that title. This feels like when the teacher asks you what you learned. Right? And also in class, whenever teachers ask you what you learned, they're also like, what should I put on the pop quiz tomorrow? You know what I mean? They're asking you what they should put on the pop quiz tomorrow. Not that I'm giving y'all a pop quiz, but it is also my recap, because I forget all of my overlaying monologues. Make me dumb. Okay, class. I have a very important question to ask you, because Neatrix has triggered an event. So put on your listening ears, put on your seeing eyes. What is the capital of Wyoming? If you answer it correctly, you'll win back scratches for the entire class, okay? So what is the capital of Wyoming? Wysk is Ansk, so shy. Why is Anne so shy? Why, oh why is Anne so shy? Why, oh why is Anne so shy? Why, oh why is Anne so shy? Neatrix, Bean AM Burrito, CEO Booty the Lurker, Green Ninja, Gisli the Realm, Girl Kisser, MNZ, Taylor, good job. Y'all have won back scratches for the class. Scratchy, scratchy, scratch. Scratchy, scratchy, scratch. Because the capital of Wyoming is Cheyenne. Scratch, 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 scratch. Time for a quick extra question advice, or do we keep it for the next stream? Ask it, and I'll either answer it or tell you next stream. What's your favorite drink? Carrot juice. Let's see, who shall we read? Who shall we read? Read, 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 read. Read, 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 read. Read, read, read. Forest Fair is streaming. Correct, correct. Let's read Forest Fair. Was what I wanted. How can you deal with a ghost? Ask me it in the YouTube post for because I'm gonna lose it in this chat. This chat ain't saved, okay? Go put it somewhere where I'll see it, okay? Because I'm going back to the YouTube post for the video. And I'll probably go back to the original YouTube video as well for the brain rot Bambi questions. Click, click, click. Alright. Good night, my friends. Oh, you did? Perfect. Then I'll see it then. Good night, my friends. Enjoy Forest Berry ASMR. And sleep tight, sleep right, sleep upside down, sleep with a clown. But be careful. Sleep right, 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 right now.